Hello, welcome to my Saturday afternoon Monster Hunter stream. Hello, everybody. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday. And Master, congratulations on the Vault Strikes. And also, hello, I hope you're having, as everybody else, a lovely Saturday so far. I'll be needing to do a lot more grinding on the deviants in order to fill out the planned arsenal. Again, I am seriously surprised regularly on how much work I actually put myself onto it. I thought it would be a lot faster. Mark, did you change your name? You took Mark out of the name. Sorry, I didn't realize that. But hello, Mark. It didn't fit anymore. Okay. Well, thank you for letting me know. I didn't immediately realize that. Still, congratulations on the Vault Strikes, and also welcome in, of course, and everything. You're thinking about how to repel Vault Strikes. Honestly, I've never managed before. It's always either been a kill or a defeat. Let me bring up the sheet here. We do need to have a look. So today I'll be needing to start out with the Dread King. So let's bring a few things. Yes, give me a second. I'm not exactly sure where you get it from. It's a reward for one of the hyper quests. Come on. There is the screen. Thank you for telling me. I tend to forget it with the stream because I can't immediately switch to it. What did we say? Potent hyper extract. That's actually a quite common one. You can get it from starting from G2 all the way to all the way up, of course. And there doesn't seem to be a specific monster for it. You'll be needing to repeat that a few times because you need to hunt a few monsters because you seem only to get 1 or 2 per quest, but it is not... it doesn't seem to be a big hidden one. Some of the hyper items you do need to look about. It is a G rank item, indeed. Let's get the voucher down. Why not take the... Okay. So, first quest, I will be doing Dread King, and then afterwards, if you want to, I can help you get that potent extract, but I do want to hammer this one down since I didn't get the chance to last time. If you want to, I'll open up a You need 2 extracts. Well, after this hunt, we can go fetch a few. Maybe have a push to improve your armor. It makes a big difference. So I'll just be finishing this one up quickly, and then we can go ahead. You don't need to have that but having good armor is important. So if you don't mind me asking, what armor are you currently wearing? You're wearing high rank event White Fatalis armor. It is G rank armor. Okay. That is then pretty good armor. Bloody hell, he's really wanting to be an exercise in patience again. That is fair. As I said, I'll be happy to help. You lost the first time against Shagaru Magala. Well, yeah, that absolutely happens. You sometimes card or lose to monsters you've beaten several times before. Maybe you had a bad day, or were inattentive or something like that. It is part of the game sometimes. It just decides to kick your ass. No. That happened, well, after a while that doesn't happen anymore, but if you switch from one difficulty to another, then that is absolutely something that can happen, and not every attack is equally likely, so and you had a little bit of a break. Yeah, don't worry about it. These things happen. Where the hell is he? Is he just flew? Did he fly up here? I think so. Yeah, so after 7 days, usually you lose a little bit of muscle memory of a little bit of precision. That's absolutely normal. Don't worry about it. Okay, at least he's not doing... And bloody Khonshu here. Using a new weapon against a monster always requires can require quite a bit. With a weapon that I know more, like for example, great sword, lance, dual blades. I've only quite a short adjustment period. Insect glaive, I need more time than I usually am offered to get used to it, because it is so different from anything else I'm using. And of course, that also means that I'll be carting a lot more and maybe even losing. And with the charge blade, I managed to lose on time. Okay, he is going to fly here. That's the tail cracked. Let's get some more hits on the tail. Okay, he's moving on. I'll be sharpening, healing up all of the jars. A tier and a large tier. I don't have the practice here, but something like a lance might be a lot better. Would make him a lot more reachable up high and a lot easier to get out of stuff. I'll take it. Bloody hell, of course I'm sitting in the corner, I'm not getting out. I am not happy with that. Well, let me get a little bit of this in. At least he just switched recently, meaning that I can still... I still ought to be able to reach him to at least paint him. So yeah, I've been pretty busy prepping. The details are still going to cost me a lot of grey hairs, I have the feeling. But it's coming together. Sploosh. At least I hit that sploosh. Okay, he's running away. That is absolutely fair. I did bring the easy flash bomb. No, this is going that way around. The exits are a little bit confusing here. Okay, that was super lucky, and I'm not getting to the tail. I'll be coming in after this one has bitten the dust. That works. In this area he is quite annoying when he falls out. It's very vertical. With the second part of the Sakura slash, unfortunately. If you post the ID and password into chat, I'll be pinning it. Also after the quest is over. Okay, he's just going about. Can't reach the tail easily. Okay, that's the tail off. I didn't think that would still flash him. Okay, he's moving on. Which direction I am currently not sure. I'd be guessing he's going down back down the mountain. And of course I am jumping out mid-combo. I am cursed at an entrance. Nothing I seem... Okay, that's an ass flash. That is not going to be helping out anything. Okay, I'm not going to curse this one, but of course it didn't help out that I'm at the entrance. I didn't want to roll out. And especially with only a single hit left. That wasted a little bit more time. But down is down, and I'll be able to get 2 more tickets. Smithy, 2 more items, or improve 2 more items. I do hope that I have enough carapace, because Rathalos is a monster I have a lot less stock of their materials, so... But first, I'll be joining into you and will be helping you to get that potent extract, make your arms and armor mark. So I think a good start would be with a hyper Daimyo Hammer Tower. Unless you tell me that no, the crab is the bane of your existence. I think he is going to be decent for a start here. And you have 100% to get in. No, I don't want to search hubs. I want to search by ID. If you could let me know your hub ID that you created. Oh, you might not have heard this if we're in the middle of the ads. Okay, thank you very much. 12, 6, 7, 2. Well, Twitch tells me that they are playing ads. I'm not sure for whom they're all playing and when they're all playing. I know that Tira is getting them regularly, so okay. Let me pin the ID. Oh, you already have an idea. Valstrax. Okay, he's not going to give you the potent hyper. What was it? Potent hyper extracts, yeah. That's not coming from him. Okay, I see. That is fair enough. I'll be going for Thunder with Valstrax. Let's bring a few extra things in. And I'm calling upon the Provision Division. Let's voucher. I'd like a dragon if possible. Well, it is possible. Just not with my favorite one, so let's try for weakener. Okay, then give me a second. I'll be putting that into a single post to pin. Makes it easier. So for the others to have all the information in one place. Okay. Okay, insurance is nice to have. the kitties cannot be using any of this, as far as I remember. If not, I'll be giving you some of the first aids. But I don't think you can use them. Okay, let's say hello here. He's immediately playing Comet. Are you coming back? No. Yeah, horns are nice to have, but they bring the attention of the monster towards you. Yeah, that's another big dive here. Okay, properly angry now, are we? And of course I go flying there. Yeah, I'm a bit blighted here, which is a little on the annoying side, but okay, that is going to be another big splash here. Uh-oh. Wanting to get away from there, not patient enough. He deals out a ton of damage, which is not unexpected, but when you get hit and then immediately get targeted by a follow-up, it makes you a little nervous. Come on. We've been dancing so well up until now. Yep, they do like to do that. Don't worry about it. Come on, I rolled out of there. He does very much enjoy his strikes. Oh, bloody hell. Tried to escape the wrong direction, should have gone the other way. Okay. Yeah, I do absolutely want this to explode. Come on. And that was the correct decision somehow. I'm so sure I'd get hit there. Okay, he's coming for you. I need to sharpen up. Hopefully I have these few seconds. Good. That's another comet. Okay, something cracked. Okay. Come on, I rolled out of there. Okay. Down that range. Yeah, that was not where it should have gone. Can I interrupt him again? No. Yes. Very nice. Chair, hello, welcome. I'll be finishing this up. Uh-oh. Okay. Ow. Okay. Hello, how are you? I hope you're having a lovely Saturday. Damn it. Didn't think he'd be. On me there. That's a few wasted potions again. Well, not wasted. I'm still standing. But this one really doesn't hold back. Bloody hell. Wasn't able to jump on time. Sorry about that. If you want to go again, Mark, I'll gladly go again. I need to get those timings in a little bit more sharply. He's doing a lot of damage. I'm absolutely going to bring these in back again. And I do want as much dragon resistance as I'll be able to get. Dragon Blight itself is not all that terrifying. So, yeah. As I said, let's try that again. And I do really hope to tighten up my timings there. He is doing so much damage that it's basically a 2-hit with the armor I'm wearing. Probably doesn't help that I'm... I don't know, minus 12, that's already bad enough. But it absolutely could be worse. Okay, let's reduce him to a mountain of material this time. That is going to be very helpful again. I hope that nobody needs to cart again this time. Well, you'll be able to undrink yourself once we're at the top. Okay, got hit there on the backhand. Okay, I'm going to survive that bloody attack again. Bloody hell, sorry. That was wasted. I do think I tripped somebody. I'm not sure that is necessarily a Sakura slash well spent. I also do need to sharpen. I'm very close to blue. And Last Raven, hello, welcome in. I hope you had a lovely Saturday so far. Well, I try to keep the TPM as low as possible. Of course, when you then There's 2 drops. I'll try to forget about them. Okay. Still going a lot better than our first run at him. There we go. He's doing very decent damage. Get the pilfer drop. I think they disappeared for me already. Which is fine. I'd rather have him down than card while trying to pick something up. Okay, very nice. Very nice rewards here as well. Oh yeah, I will have a quick look for if I do need to do any housekeeping. It's not bad to be able to do that. Congratulations on the milestone, but you're mostly playing Prowler, so I'm not sure how useful it is. How's the melding pot looking? Yeah, it is done. Okay, nothing big here. So you need a toilet break, fair enough. Okay. Let's meld the Juju here for the rest. And last Raven, welcome to the hub. You did say that you need more potent hyper extract. So let's go for one of those. Where are we? Hamito is giving you that. So you can join us, and then you'll be getting the potent hyper extract at the end of the quest. Yeah, that is good to... Like, aerial greatsword is going to be doing a lot of mounts. Will you be coming along, Mark, or will you be staying behind? Because the potent hyper extracts you'll be getting in the rewards. So if you come along, you'll be getting at least one. Okay. Okay. I think the crab is somewhere down. Okay. Yeah, correct. It's on the complete other end of the map, basically. The only way I could need to run faster is if I had spawned on top of the summit. Okay. Okay. This one did not offer a ton of resistance. That is fair enough, and the Prowler can be very strong. I don't think it's OP though. At least not in my hands. But these things, as so often, depend on a lot of factors. Okay, the light not shining quite so much in my face, making me a little less shiny. It's absolutely strong. I don't quite think it's OP, but again, we all have different styles, which are all just fair. There is nothing, in my opinion, that one style really has over the other. Maybe except speed. Speed can be something a lot more objective, but even then I think it depends. I'd be not very fast since I do not know how to use those weapons. Let's use another voucher here. So, Mark, if you still have more quests you want to do, you need a large Elder Dragon Jam. Not exactly sure which one would be the best. Cher, if you need Kushala parts, then let's accept a Kushala quest. You can do it. Then we get a bit of a roll-in like last time. I'll be switching out the sword. It does, it does. And the drop rates are by far less abysmal than in Freedom Unite, which, I mean, I wouldn't even call that a drop rate. Yeah, let's make it like this. Snow Baron Gunlance, if I see that correctly for Last Raven. The hunting horn is definitely Astalos. Oh, there's one thing I've forgotten to check. We're in the jungle. Okay, I don't need to worry about bringing hot drinks. Okay, since I'm sure I'm not going to be sitting there without cold reduction material, Oh, hello, he's not far. Okay, he's not starting out here. Maybe that's Freedom Unite where he starts there. Okay, I hope he's poisoned soon. Oh, that was the... No, that was the wing crack. Pretty sure. Thank you for the heals. Okay. It just says item, that is not all that helpful. I'm pretty sure that'll be identified at the end of the quest. Okay, he's poisoned. Thank you. Nice. With the crack, I think that was the crown cracked. Okay. Yeah, that reaction is also very telling. still always a little bit disconcerted by his ability to make it rain inside a cave system like this. Okay, he's pretty relaxed in all of this, Daora was. Okay. I hope you're going to get still the majority of your cars. Luckily, the game is fair enough that it doesn't give you the load times with it. Some viscous dragon blood. I have less of it than I was expecting. Daora shard and another nice talisman to meld. Okay. I hope you got the large elder dragon gem. If not, if Chair is then still missing the Kushala parts, we can go for that one again, or another elder dragon. All of them do drop there, or have the possibility to be dropping the gem. Then it's another elder dragon. And then it depends on Chair if she got all the parts she needed. Whether we're going for another Kushala. Or if we're going... You do need more Kushala stuff. Then if nobody else has anything against it, you can accept another Kushala and we'll be going for that. I do not need to switch my weapon out then. I'll be definitely eating for dragon resist though. Okay, this time I will need to think about hot drinks. Still having one too many well done steaks. Sometimes I have words just bouncing around in my head, not wanting to get out while my brain is trying to translate them into all the different languages. Well, I don't think you could be further away. But it'll give you some time during the run-up then. Okay, he's not staying very long here. As soon as we're all together, he decides to remove himself. I'm sorry, that was a little late. Of course, Kushala is going to kick me out when he has the chance. And he's flying. He's either in the cave or at the bottom of the mountain. Okay, the lower cave it is. Luckily, the fastest way to the lower cave means that we can check this one in one go. Okay, unlike the first Kushala, this one has absolutely no patience. Okay, second mount. Here he comes. Yeah, no. The way he's flying, this is definitely faster. Well, we almost caught him. Let me renew the hot drink here. That's the second Kushala down. Okay, Raven, I hope you are being... sorry. I hope, Mark, you're going to be more lucky than last time. And where is... oh, it's over there. Wrong way. Let's fill up the glasses once more. Nice. Tira, good morning. Welcome in. I hope you had a great sleep and that you woke up properly or are not having trouble waking up. If you did just wake up, I hope that you're having a very enjoyable Saturday ahead of you. Two large elder dragons and the Daura gem. If anybody told me in Freedom Unite that he had gotten two large elder dragon gems, at a single one he'll either need to play the lotto or he'll is not quite honest. Oh, that is unfortunate. Try to get up if possible. I do know that for these things it's very often that you want to lie back down, but sometimes it's better with a sore head to actually get up. The body can be weird like that. I'd say, Mark, you'll choose the next quest. Your Prowler has reached max level. Congrats. Okay. You managed to upgrade your weapon to the last level. Okay. My bad. Since you are playing Prowler, I was thinking of Prowler immediately. If that has helped before, that may be a good idea, but if you do that, please wrap yourself in warmly. It is winter, and that unfortunately means that it's very easy to catch a cold. So please stay warm then. I'll probably will be needing to switch out the sword anyway. I'm very happy to hear that. Again, if it's only like a quick one and that relieves a lot of the pressure, then it's good. But if you need to do that for longer, well, and even if you don't need to do it for longer, staying warm in winter is very good. Yeah, some missing words does drastically change the meaning of sentences. Either to a drastically different meaning or to more often something incomprehensible. But even then, our brain is very adept at replacing words that should be in a sentence. Atalka with only cat. I can't bring a cat. I don't really have anything decent for that. If that is what you mean. If you want to take a cat, that is absolute. We play as cat. I don't really have. Fair enough. I will need to have a look anyway. It's not that I don't have any selection, but I basically have no idea how they are played and all of that. I saw, thank you very much. Is it this one? There's a lot there. It's last crow. Oh, there we go. Okay, why not? Can I support moves? Okay. Let's have a look at some equipment here. Let's do it like this then. Buff the boomerangs, 3 throw. So, like this then. So big boomerangs, piercing boomerangs, and with that you can buff from the start. Okay, I'm not sure if you can mount Atalka a lot. But then again, I haven't never tried to do that. Wait a second, I haven't eaten yet. You want only cat, also for the others. I understand, but I cannot... I can only express your wishes. I don't feel like forcing anybody here is anywhere near correct. And I can understand people saying that they do not feel comfortable because I am personally not all that comfortable on Prowler. Mark, I don't think the other two want... Yes, I understand, and I do think that I expressed that you want the entirety of the party to run as Prowlers. But you also need to understand that here, if they don't feel like playing Prowler, we also need to accept that. Well, well, as you saw, I do have some equipment because it is something that is nice to do alongside everything else, but so I need to charge up a little. I'll be feeling quite useless here. Oh, I thought I'd jumped out of there. One of the things that makes me quite uncomfortable playing a cat is the fact that I do not have the ability to heal up a lot. Yeah, with this I do need to go into melee range at least. So big boomerangs, piercing boomerangs. Yeah, she's not going to like this. Okay. I'll be healing up a little bit more. I don't know. I do feel like I wasn't all that helpful here. It is quite... It's quite hard, at least for me, to judge how well I am doing with something I have little to no experience with. The experience I basically do have is all of the previous stuff I cleared out with Prowlers before the ultimate version came out, but I haven't really used Prowler since, and all of those quests weren't all that... I wasn't all that focused on doing well. Okay, the item box is very nice. Some pheromones, some horn coins. Yeah, I was hoping that with that it works out quite well, but on the other, again, I don't have the experience to say how well I'm doing and all of that, so... And because of that, personally, I do tend to side, err at the side of caution. I'd rather... judge myself a little too low than too high in what I was doing. It is quite helpful if you want to improve, especially in a 1v1 PvP. Always have a critical look towards yourself. What do you mean you weren't sure what you would get when you gave a cat away? Let's get a little bit of a roll in. I see. Well, fair enough, and thank you very much for sending him over. Why not? Understandable, now you have a better idea. I do need... No, that's not what I wanted to do with this. I need to remember to bring... Well, first off, I think I should be getting the normal items back into the inventory. And then I should ensure that I have everything we need to finish out the quest. Congratulations, now you can split the path and you go down... Well, I'm not saying that one way is better than the other, but I am going to say that in my D&D group, rolling a 69 on a DA100 turned our mage to some more unorthodox studies, let's put it like that. You think? Well, he has some very long range, so that can definitely be part of why you'd feel like that. Criminal. I have not seen that armor yet before. It does look nice and it combines very well with the mask. So yeah, if you do have any tabletop RPG campaign and you have a DM that enjoys a little bit of mischief, maybe do not roll 69 when you're checking a library on what you're finding. Yeah. Okay, I just remembered a curiosity here. Some years back, somebody made the effort to make a complete homebrew for Monster Hunter for D&D 5e. I am seriously not necessarily... reading through it, I'm not of the opinion that it is greatly balanced or anything, unfortunately. And the monsters do have quite little health for the idea, so a lot of issues with Dungeons and Dragons, especially the newer editions, is that monsters have very few extra defenses over AC and hit points, both of which are rather easily overcome, leading to a lot of monsters being quite a bit too easy. Proof of a Hero is a very nice song. And the homebrew here, unfortunately, also carries that issue along, that for the damage that a party can make. Oh, I am very sorry for that. I just saw that I forgot to eat. that is at least something I can... I can compensate for. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm remembering to keep an eye on the health of the crab, since we do need to capture it. Yeah, I'm also bringing Capture Guru. It is something that I just found very nice to have an idea of the health of the monster, especially when you have a little bit of an idea when... Okay. Oh, what the hell did I do? Okay. I'm feeling now like the last idiot. Yeah, thank you, but I'm never very happy that I forgot when I forget these stuff that I actually should be bringing, since I did accept the quest. Thank you, Raven, for saving us here. Okay, this I'll be checking up on the VOD later on, because I do have the feeling that I did some silly boo-boo, because I do remember standing at the box, bringing the trap and so on. So I must have done something silly afterwards. It is, yeah. It is something I do feel silly about forgetting. Especially if I post it, and I'm usually pretty good with it. Chair, have added, choose a quest. Cool. Let me switch out the weapon though. There we go. Okay, this is going to take a little while. On my way. Yeah, I'll be taking this. Well, first time for anything. Red Helm out of all the deviants, I think, is one of more modest difficulty in general. That is unfortunate. Not exactly sure. Okay, I lost all of you. Okay, the stream at least is fine. Yeah, I'll definitely be saving that. Okay, let me try to rejoin. I'll be seeing if you want to finish the quest up. That is absolutely fine by me. I'll be doing some housekeeping, maybe jumping into something else quick. Okay, you all came back out if I'm seeing that correctly. Okay, I don't need to eat again. Okay. Okay, that was a lot more what I was hoping for. Okay, that looks a lot better. Okay, feeling silly getting hit by that. Okay, Red Helm is down. The normal Azuros probably will not stand much of a chance here. Yeah, that was pretty much a massacre. Oh, sorry. Didn't see that. The normal one here is not too bad. There's... Yeah, as I said, I saw that too late, but you can fight him on high rank often enough. There are more than... there's several quests with him, and... yeah, so you can go get some practice in. Well, he can... Thank you very much. He can burrow a little bit. That we saw from him coming in, but he's not... the most aware of what is underground. Down he comes. Morga Wyvern, thank you very much.
Mogo_Wyvern is now following.
And as I explained before, I do try to keep my TPM down as much as possible, but I think I do deserve that one. Long swords do have a little bit of a range issue, tripping teammates over. It's been quite a while that I really had, that I really felt like I'm tripping a lot of people. It may be that, because before I was only basically playing with a single other person, both playing longsword and very, very well synced. So, Mark, your turn again. You can choose the next quest, unless Raven wants to, but I don't. I think from last time he was pretty clear that he doesn't mind just following us onto quests. Exactly, so. Yeah, with Adept Longsword as well. That is absolutely fair. I don't think that. I do think that you should be playing the weapon you want to play the most. I am very, very much a longsword main, and it's not the only game that is looking like that. But I am trying to diversify my deviant arsenal a little bit. Yeah. Okay, let me switch out my weapon here. And again, I don't think that there is anything really wrong with that. Everybody will find their preferences and their favorite style, their favorite weapon. And I think that is very much worth it. For it is meant to be fun and not... Even if you're trying to be competitive, it is there is a difference in my eyes between a co-op competitive environment rather than a 1v1 competitive environment. But I might be an outlier with that. What do you mean with being in the back of the mech? Oh, okay, yeah. I think he'll be a bit tougher here. So it'll probably take a little bit more to break it down. But Raven is going to do its best to put it, to put a very strict timer on us there. Okay, nice to have, but I don't think we're going to be needing it. Hard to pick between area lance and adept sword and shield. Fair enough. Again, I'm very much adept longsword, but in a way I think it's a good thing to have and... Okay, fair. Das habe ich jetzt nicht gesehen. 5 Minuten resettet. Ich entschuldige mich bei allen, die nun kein Deutsch sprechen. Englisch ist die universellere Sprache. Aber yeah, have a great Saturday, Moga, and thank you for stopping by. Have a great Saturday. So, ich hoffe, ihr entschuldigt die kurze Unterbrechung dort, aber ich wollte sicherstellen, dass Moga Wyvern das jetzt verstanden hat. Aller guten Dinge sind 3. In der Tat. Ach ja, ich sehe gerade, ich habe noch keine einzige Farbaufladung hinbekommen. Chair wird jetzt dafür sorgen, dass ich mich okay, na, ich bin nicht der Meinung, dass ein weiterer Versuch erstens Sinn macht und zweitens überhaupt versuchen wert war. Die Politik des Ersten ist etwas arg durcheinander geraten gewesen, aber ja, ich versuche mich aus solchen Themen auf meinem Stream möglichst herauszuhalten. Okay. Danke für die Hilfe. Erstens hoffe ich nicht, dass es so weit kommt und zweitens ist die geopolitische Landschaft nun dann doch eine recht andere. Auf einem Punkt zum Glück, aber auf dem anderen Punkt hoffentlich ist die Stabilität ausreichend, dass es nicht dazu kommt. HK läuft nun mir etwas viel hin und her. Das stimmt, aber in diesem Falle ist es zu erhoffen, dass es nicht passiert. Manchmal sind auch solche alten Sprichwörter nicht umsetzbar. Okay, sobald dieser Knotenpunkt platzt, werde ich schärfen möchten. And with that, our timer is up. Furry! Or Furry, I'm not exactly sure anymore, sorry. Brain fart. Hello, welcome in, I hope you have a lovely morning so far. A lovely Saturday morning to be precise. Oh, I ground my sword that far down that even sharpening once is insufficient to bring its sharpness back up to its maximum. I am very happy to hear that. A good night's sleep is very good to get. It makes anything else following usually a lot easier. Mark, I do understand wanting to get the explanation in, but if anybody is there that hasn't quite understood, for now, please let it rest. I finally got an iridescent carapace. It's like... it's been like 4 or 5 Atalcar since I got the last one. Let me pick up the shinies about here as well. Okay, very nice. A few more amulets for the melding grind. I hope that I at one point get what I'm looking for. And now it would be my turn to select a quest. Well, we are a nice big group. I think we're... You're going to play some Rise now? That is absolutely fine. I hope you have a nice time on Rise. Thank you very much for joining me. And yeah, have a great time. Still, I am going to put up is it Brute or Raging Brachiosaurus? Not sure, but I do want to check its weakness. Therefore, I do want to fetch the corresponding blade. It's raging. Yeah, it's raging the Hideos, you're right. Okay, and its main weakness still remains water. Yeah. Oh, you're right. I am checking on... I'm taking a look here at on Kiraniko. It says water is slightly weaker all over its body. Unless I am looking at the wrong part here. I'm having like 25, 2015. Like everything is a little bit more vulnerable to water damage, except the tail tip, which is equal. Well, if I have been looking at the wrong one, then I'll be bringing a slightly worse one, but he'll still be weak to it. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, wasn't aware that there was something else still be coming in. Oh, that one there was... Okay. That was not something I had on my radar. Okay. I'm not bringing everything into chaos. That was something quite silly to do. Very nice. Yeah, thank you very much for that. Okay, I'm back in. Okay, very nice. When it wears off, I do want to have another potion here. Oh, that is unfortunate. Yeah, I get that. You sometimes have these accumulating issues, and the Switch is especially, because of its thinness, prone to overheat a little. Enjoy beating those, and you one phase the Great Macau. Nice. He did manage to attack once. Well, that is... Oh, bloody hell. My own fault this time, though. What I find unfortunate with games that forcibly cannot be brought to more than one hardware, well, although I'd be putting in a PC exception, is that when the hardware starts dying, the games start disappearing. Bloody hell. Okay, I hope he doesn't... Okay, he falls out of the pool. Would have been unfortunate that he decided to fall into the pool, which is also something that has... Well, maybe not exactly with raging, but... some monsters before I did have the problem that they decided to stay inside either the lava pool or the water pool, both making it then unreachable. I want to say that Gravios is at the forefront for being prone to land in the lava pool, and Plesioth, at least in Freedom Unite, at the forefront of staying in the water and dying there. Getting a lot of rare material, even though I'm not getting a lot of material in general. Okay, let me combine a little bit here. Gravios, Volvidon, and Kezu for Catlucia. That seems like something coming up. I'm not exactly sure if they need to be of a certain rank. If I do remember correctly, they don't need to be. You can just... Any of the defeats will be sufficient, but I do think that you need to bring a cat along that can learn it. That can learn that move. order items. I'll be basically resetting my honey here. Okay, let me switch out to the weapon for this. What will I bring? I think I want some dragon resistance. I'll be ordering some additional stuff. One Farcaster. It might still be useful, Last Raven, now that you've brought it up. It might be an issue with dust blocking the ducting, with the thermal paste having dried out, or both. So, okay, I have no idea how easy it is to open one up. And I absolutely understand anybody who says, yeah, thank you, but I don't want to risk anything. So, while that might result in a solution, it might not be a solution that Furry wants to go up with. It's not too bad opening one up. Okay. That might be something then you would then want to look into, just opening it up, seeing if it is filled with dust, because it is a unfortunately terrible idea to try to vacuum the ports out, because that will be spinning the fan and that will generate a current that will be going back onto the board. So yeah, okay. Keeping track of the things is actually is in my experience not too hard. I understand that some people would not want to go on with it of fear of losing something or so on, which is not unreasonable. Did make almost a mistake here. Looking a lot better. Close swipe? No. Okay, that was not exactly the part I was hoping to be hitting there. Thank you very much. Okay, that could have been another swipe here. Enjoy the cats. Oh no, okay, that was luck that I was not at least it felt like luck. I feel like I should have got hit there. Okay, that was another good break. Although I'm unaware of what exactly broke, I am going to sharpen up. I'm probably pretty deep already. Okay, sorry you two for bringing him over here. you. Okay, no idea what got me there. I'll be quickly pulling back. That was... quite weird. It looked like I would have been hit with one of the rocks, but I didn't see any incoming. Maybe just me being half blind here. Oh, that was unfortunate. Yeah, that happens, absolutely. That's... Yeah, good job everybody. That was a little bit surprising here at the end, how quickly he turned his life subscription in, but I am quite happy with everything. Okay. Carving a horn out of his ass is usually not something you'd expect. Yeah, thank you very much for that. The head part is one of those that is really hard to get broken with melee weapons. But I do remember our very first hunt of Fatalis, which was actually Crimson Fatalis. By now I very much doubt that that was actually true, but it was said that Crimson Fatalis was losing health the entire time because, as for the hunters, he's being too hot. And we brought a lot of bombs and actually Sword and Shield jumping in the back of his leg to try and have him fall asleep and then blow him up. It was rather successful after a try or two, but if you're up for it, I'll be... So let's go from any water is going to be boiling away to we're going to be drowning in rain. Okay, this should all be working out. In a way, it's actually quite funny that Daora, a dragon who's always been carrying wind around with himself, is more associated with the wind he brings over the rain. but maybe taking a look at the amount of rain Amatsu brings us here. That is understandable. For in-lore, Amatsu is has probably been known with Kushala. It'd be weird for such strong monsters to just suddenly pop up. That is fair enough. I do think that Valstrax is actually a pretty decent monster, and Gravios, once you have his shell broken, is rather... Well, no, he's already not on the that hard side. But then again, I can avoid all of the gas attacks with good timing. So... Again, all of these things are to a large degree subjective. Water light bowgun. For Gravios, yeah, absolutely, that would be murder. The only time I've really been using a light bowgun though is against Lava Sioth and Freedom Unite, and then not sure whether I got a lot better or and I'm pretty sure that it's more of Lava Sioth becoming easier because I'm still unhappy to hunt him with anything else but light bowgun in Freedom Unite. Again, that is absolutely fair. You have a lot of choice. Oh, I'm not saying that a bow is for weirdos. Again, in Freedom Unite, I have been using a bow myself. Well, I do want to practice my bow again. So, guess I'll need to become a weirdo for that. I'll be strictly sticking to guild style in the beginning though. I always forget that the music is... that the winning music here is quite a different one over the normal fanfare. I might be switching over to Adept, but I do want to get... I do want to get the basics in it again. Valor seems to be, in general, a very good style for a lot of weapons. Fair enough, an aerial bow, I do have the issue that you need to get to the monster and all of that. I think that is a big hurdle for any of the ranged weapons with aerial. But again, that is a speculation. I do not have the experience to be able to really confirm that. Very nice. Fair enough. Well, if you come back in, we should still have some room. Come back in and we'll go help you hunt Gravios. Okay. I do want to have a look if what I just got is... what I needed. Okay, that is a weapon I can improve. I'll need to... No, you're not for upgrading. There we are, okay. I'm still missing something. But fair enough. You forgot that you made 100... Okay, give me a set hub settings. Bloody hell. There we are. Okay, you can come back now. I did remove that. Over will we go? Dread Queen. Okay. In the meantime, we'll be hunting her quickly. So we're going to hunt Dread Queen, and then we're going to go for Graviance. Where are we on? On Dread Queen here, that is 8. And that is the complete... Yeah, it's gone. Indeed. Will you be joining us, or will you coming afterwards, Mark? Okay, there we go. Okay, I think Raven is using aerial style, if I saw that correctly. You take Baldron, I'll try... Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Okay, I'll live. Thank you. And okay, now I understand why I didn't immediately recognize the Gammoth. Well, no, I recognize it as Gammoth. That was not the issue, but... it felt dissimilar to what I am used to for Gammoth to be looking like. Which actually makes sense now that I know that you're using a bow. I have little experience with the armor, with the gunner armors, especially because I do want to do so much, because I'm filling my box up with so many armor, with so many Blade Master armors. That. Okay, the tail is over there. And I do see another shiny drop. Another tier, very nice. Okay, very nice. I would not need this. I probably have enough in stock already. So, Gravios next. I'll do some rearrangement here. Okay, there we go. Oh, wasn't so bad. At least you sober up very quickly. If people could sober up this quickly, there'll be a lot less issues. Or unfortunately, it is not a condition you want to be doing the movement of motor vehicles under. But unfortunately, far too many people still drive. So one thing I do need to still get a bit better at is just talking ahead. I'm trying maybe too hard to avoid certain things, but so like certain topics, but yeah, that means that from time to time I sit there thinking too much about what I should be talking about, and I feel like I still ought to get better with that. But for now we have Gravios ahead here. Okay, let's try that again. I do want to try and get to the tail. But I am getting kicked off completely. I think we've properly taken this Gravios apart. I don't think there is anything left unbroken for this Gravios. Which, I mean, is not too unreasonable. They are terrorizing volcano areas and thus all ridge areas especially hard, so they need to be removed regularly enough so they're in a way more of a pest than a huge danger. Some fire salt stones, I'm not going to complain. More than enough new talismans are incoming, so I don't need to worry about filling up the melding pot. If you have another one, you can have. If you have another monster you want to go hunt, Mark, you can take my turn as well. Okay, there is something I do want to do now that this has been completed. Okay, something was wrong there. Probably threw everything into chaos. Why not? Let's bring this one. For the next one, if you do not have anything, I'll be... Okay, sorry for making you wait. Let's have a quick look. If you're up for it, let's go with this one. This time I'd try even more strongly not to forget anything. Okay, that is good. And then trap and trank bombs. And some provision division incoming as well. Okay. Let us remove the blue thundercaster. Gamoth clothing reasonably so looks terribly warm. and in a way I'd say it looks like overkill warm, but on another side it is the temperatures around the poles can go terribly low and you need to be very well packed in. Very nice. Okay, he's moving on. There is still a shiny here. Sinner, hello, welcome in. Well, in a way, yes. I have a huge project running, of which I'm not even halfway through. And as such, yeah, I'll be starting out on Generations Ultimate, and if nobody requests to change game, or if I'm in multiplayer, then I'm still on GU. Pretty good. I did finish up the rejection ending as well. My favorite ending in Shin Megami Tensei over Devil Survivor Overclocked. And on Monday I'll then be showcasing the last of the 5 endings of the game. Because, well, partially because I was more familiar with Devil Survivor already. Well, now that I think about it, that was actually the main reason. Maybe even the only reason. I am just more... I knew more about the game, and as such, it felt easier for me to be able to talk about it. Because for the Monday, Friday streams, I do want to be able to go through the core the game redeem is mostly for events, so that'll be around Christmas again where that'll come up, and then also for the let's have fun and be just enjoying events for the week after next. I do have a lot planned, and even though it is part of the Christmas event, well, no, I think I can put it up there. It just needs to be pricey enough in a way. Well, we'll see. Ah, that's unfortunate. I think what I'll do for next week, that I'll put moments in where people can request games, but I need to see how I would... If organizationally it is feasible, nicely done, everybody. Thank you. I did see a shiny here drop. That's probably just a jelly. Okay, nicely gotten the necessary tickets. Let me have a quick look here at something. Okay, let me go switch the weapon out. Just in case, and there we go. Okay, that's the tail cracked. In a way, something that is a little bit unfortunate is that I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not saying the games are bad, but in the West, Final Fantasy has become a lot more popular than, well, I think one of the main issues is that I'm not sure if the Shin Megami Tensei games got translated over, if Atlus's games were being brought to the Western market, because that would definitely put a dent into the discoverability of them. But in a way, Final Fantasy has become the showcase of the depth of Japanese RPGs, when actually Atlas's RPGs showcase that a lot better than Final Fantasy can. Not that the Final Fantasy games are bad, but they are not for all of them, but they can be less deep than Atlas's games. At least at most, bloody hell. They are for sure a lot less philosophical, the Final Fantasy games. Maybe that is something that for Atlas games is something that appeals to me specifically a lot. Yeah, but I feel that Atlas has the more interesting stories over Final Fantasy. Giving it some thought, though, that might absolutely be partially, at least, personal preference. There we are. Double Garuga down. Let me bring this over. Nice, that's quite a full box here. And 3 tickets for level 10. And it would now be my turn again. What is his biggest weakness? Is it as I think, or do I need to switch the weapon out? No, I'm fine. This was correct. Probably ice resistance is not going to come in bad here. He is going to be thrown around with huge ice blocks. But yeah, a lot of the game choices of mine are influenced by, do I know the story well? Can I have stuff to say about it? Other aspects in the game that are worth talking about. At least that is my approach for like at least half of the... Oh, I forgot something. Well, I'll be eating a lot of steaks. At least that is something I do have a decent amount of stock off. Although that being said, I am open to suggestions, of course. I just tend to be thinking of games I am more familiar with first, of course. I do think that is something natural that you first think of the games you are familiar with. Okay, the fangs are already past tense here. That's a toad flat as a pancake. Okay, first toad down. The other one jumping in immediately. I'm hoping to make my carves see properly. Okay, 3 gone. Sorry, that was far too late for commentary. I wanted to say that the first one is down and I got all my carves. Like half a minute or so after it happened. Oh, that is unfortunate. I don't mind these as long as he's unable to bring me up with him. Oh, he did the fast slap. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes they absolutely don't want to cooperate. And I could do with a stake and a sharper sword. Okay, that was a waste. Let's partake in both here. Okay, there we are. Did manage to catch myself a slap at the end here as well. More metaphorically speaking, I did take some damage. Let's see, can we get some... What is it? Bloodstone ore? Bloodstones. Okay. So a little bit more for the Academy points wallet. Okay, depending on how quick we are, I have time for 1 or 2 more quests. And I'll be doing that afterward. Okay. Let me switch out the weapon. Ugh. Okay, I should not have looked. I should not have. Now I'm feeling like I want to clean that up immediately. Did I eat already? No, not yet. To be fair, there is not much I really need to pay attention to. Let's try for this. Very nice. And there we go. Okay, where does he spawn in? Needn't have worried about the question. Did I not paint him? I thought I had. So far, so good. Okay. He's going decently. I keep currently worrying that we'll just kill him, but he's not anywhere showing any weakness yet. I'm surprised I didn't slide into the entrance there. I got interrupted. Let's try. Okay. Okay, I'll be fair, and I'll be ending the stream here. Yeah, I know it's a few minutes early, but I do feel like my concentration is pretty much gone away for today, so I'd rather finish it out a little bit earlier rather than hanging here and not being able to do much anymore. So thank you all very much for hunting today. Thank you all very much for coming in. For the viewer, for everybody of you viewers as well, thank you all very much for coming in. It is all very much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed it. I am currently looking at a raid target. Let me move out though here. As always with other Monster Hunter generation streamers, they are not necessarily streaming a great language. So that is unfortunately not going to be working out so well. You're absolutely welcome, Chair. Again, when I'm online tomorrow, or when I'm streaming tomorrow, rather, that is what I should say, and you have time and you want to stop by again and do some more hunts, you're absolutely welcome to. And also, for now, as usual, if you have an idea for a raid target, I am open to suggestions. If not, we might be going over to Lara. She's currently streaming Elden Ring Night Rain. As I said, unfortunately, it is not really. I'm not really able to find other Monster Hunter Ultimate streamers I can raid to. Yeah, I think I'll be going with that. Quickly before we do the raid though, I'll be streaming as normal for the next week, so Monday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Let's start with the time from 13 to 18 o'clock Central European time. Monday, I'll definitely be starting with Shin Megami Tensei. Depending on how it goes, I might continue and finish it up on Friday, but I have an inkling that it's not going to be necessary. So Friday, I might do the roulette and open up the game for requests, like the floor for game requests as well. And on Thursday and during the weekend, as usual, it's Monster Hunter. That is not going to change. And then on Thursday I'll be trying again to finish off the Aeon campaign of Supreme Commander, and then start the Cybern campaign. I had technical difficulties kicked me out, and not really enough time left to try again last time, so I didn't manage to finish. So I hope to be able to do that this week. And then the week after that, I'll be starting my Christmas event. I'll be running for 3 weeks with a lot of streams and stuff. So you're welcome to come in. The structure is going to be like that. The first week I'll be presenting games. I am recommending for presents, possibly. Like, every game is different, and every game will have caveats for who might be interested in that or not. That's the first week. The second week, Monday and Tuesday will still continue with the with gift ideas, and then starting the 24th it'll be roulette and general mayhem. You can suggest games, you can suggest me to spin the wheel again, all of that, and I'll be continuing that into the last week with maybe something else, but I'm not exactly sure if I can manage that. The exact schedule for that I was hoping to publish already a while ago, didn't work out, so I hope that I have it ready for Monday. If not, I'll be publishing the general schedule at least. But that is for starting on the 15th of December, so not next week. Next week is going to be my normal schedule. So, that being said, thank you all very much for coming in, for joining me. As I also said, we'll be raiding Alara. As always with raids, please be nice, please be kind. And again, it is all very much appreciated for you showing up, watching. Thank you all very, very much. I hope you had a lot of fun today. And with that, all what is left for me to say is to wish you a lovely rest of your Saturday. And until we do see each other again, please have a great, great time. And until we do see each other again, goodbye.
As is now following.